Mayor, the meeting is now being recorded.
Thank you so much for that, City Clerk. It is now 6:05 p.m. Closed session will continue to be recessed until after the City Council Successor Agency joint meeting is adjourned. City Attorney, is there anything to report out at this time?
Thank you, Mayor, members of the City Council. The City Council is now back in open session, having met in closed session to discuss item number 2 listed on the agenda. Staff provided a report as to item number 2, but no reportable action was taken. Item number 1 will be continued after the City Council Successor Agency joint meeting. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Legal. Good evening and welcome to the February 26, 2024, 6 p.m. regular joint meeting of the Bell Garden City Council and Successor Agency to the Community Development Commission. The meeting will now come to order at 6:06 p.m. Members of the public may view and listen to the meeting live online through the city's website as noted on the agenda. If any member should have a conflict of interest, please announce any items you are recusing from due to conflict of interest prior to the meeting being heard. Tonight's invocation will be given by Minister Daniel Guano and Pledge of Allegiance will be led by Chief of Police Camacho.
Hi, thank you, Mr. Mayor, for this opportunity. Let us bow our heads and come before God. Heavenly Father God, we come before you in this evening to thank you for your goodness and for your mercy. Lord, I present before you our mayor and the city council and the city staff and the chief of police. Lord, I just pray that your presence be here to guide us in every matter, every topic that will be discussed. And we pray, Lord Jesus, that the members that you've put as leaders in our city, that they may make this place, our city, a better place. And I ask that you bless the work of their hands. We ask you this in the name of Jesus. Amen.
Thank you for that. City Clerk, please call the roll of the members of the City Council and Successor Agency.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Members of the Council and Successor Agency, Gomez.
Present.
Councilmember Pulido.
Present.
Councilman, and for the record, I have you recorded joining the meeting at 5:16. Councilmember Sanchez.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Barcena. And Mayor Chavez.
Present. Thank you. We will now move on to the presentation. City Manager, please introduce the presentations.
Thank you, Mayor Chavez. The first presentation we have is to recognize March as Women's History Month, as to celebrate the vital role of women in American history. I'll turn it over to Councilmember Gomez to read the certificate. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. So the City of Bell Gardens is issuing this proclamation, a proclamation in honor of Women's History Month. Whereas American women of every race, class, and ethnic background have made historic contributions to the growth and strength of our nation in countless recorded and unrecorded ways. Whereas American women have played and continue to play a critical economic, cultural, and social roles in every sphere of the life of the nation by constituting a significant portion of the labor force working inside and outside of the home. Whereas American women have played a unique role throughout the history of the nation by providing the majority of the volunteer labor force of the nation. Whereas American women were particularly important in the establishment of early charitable, philanthropic, and cultural institutions in our nation. Whereas American women of every race, class, and ethnic background served as early leaders in the forefront of every major progressive social change movement. Whereas American women have served our country courageously in the military. Whereas American women have been leaders, not only in securing their own rights of suffrage and equal opportunity, but also in the abolitionist movement, the emancipation movement, the industrial labor movement, the civil rights movement, and other movements, especially in the peace movement, which created a more fair and just society for all. And whereas despite these contributions, the role of American women in history has been consistently overlooked and undervalued in the literature, teaching, and study of American history. Now therefore be it resolved that Jorge Chavez, Mayor of the City of Bell Gardens, with the City Council, do hereby proclaim the month of March as Women's History Month in Bell Gardens and encourage all citizens to celebrate, support, value, and respect all women.
Thank you for that, Councilwoman Gomez. Moving on to our next presentation, Certificate of Recognition to NMS Waffle and Grill. I'd like to call up Jessica, the owner of Waffle and Grill, if she could come up forward. And I'll go ahead and read the recognition. City of Bell Garden Certificate of Recognition honoring NMS Waffle and Grill. The Bell Garden City Council is honored to recognize NMS Waffle and Grill as one of the Bell Garden small local businesses. We congratulate you on the opening of your business and wish you much success and prosperity for years to come. And they have quote, "A big business starts small. Richard Branson." Signed, Jorge Chavez, Mayor of the City of Bell Gardens, along with the Bell Garden City Council, this February 26, 2024. I'd also like to read another recognition on behalf of Congressman Robert Garcia, certificate of recognition presented to NMS Waffle and Grill. And I quote, "Thank you for creating a more vibrant and prosperous community through your savory food and for your contributions to the culinary and fabric of our nation. I commend you for your commitment to the residents of Bell Gardens and wish you many years of continued success." February 26, 2024, signed Dr. Robert Garcia. And then I'd also like to call up Assemblywoman Representative from Blanca Pacheco's office, Catalina, and then also Supervisor Janice Hahn, Representative Matt Johnson, to also share their certificates.
So, good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem and Council. So today the Assemblywoman wants to present this NMS W Waffle to NMS Waffle and Grill, sorry. On behalf of the 64th Assembly District, this certificate is presented to NMS Waffle and Grill in recognition of their outstanding contributions as a small business in the community. I commend your dedication and hard work in making a positive impact in Bell Gardens. Congratulations, and we wish you many more years of success. Thank you.
Afterwards, we'll be able to take pictures as well.
Do you
Yeah.
want to wait?
We can, yeah.
Okay. So,
Good evening, Mayor, council members, Matt Johnson, representing Supervisor Janice Hahn. It's a pleasure to be here tonight to recognize NMS Waffle and Grill. We want to congratulate you on your business in Bell Gardens. Small business is always the backbone of our local economy, and I think that quote that the mayor read is so great. Small businesses really truly, and family-owned businesses really, and we look forward to many more years of success and hopefully expanding your business throughout Los Angeles County. And on behalf of Supervisor Janice Hahn of the 4th District, we would like to give you this commendation tonight and for your recognition as a small business in the city of Bell Gardens.
thank
You're
you.
welcome.
I think we can all go down and take a picture as well, correct? Yeah.
thank you for the mayor shower. I'm too happy to be here. I hope like you guys to like my food and to support us. Thank you. I don't know to say nothing that I'm okay for right now. Thank you. Sorry.
Absolutely, thank you. If any, I'd like to open it up to my colleagues if they'd like to share any words.
Hello. Congratulations. I'm so glad that your business is being recognized. As we were talking earlier, way before my life on city council, I remember going to your restaurant and it was the first time that I had ever seen like authentic pho in Bell Gardens. And I was so happy. And I'm still happy because I like going there, especially on a cold, rainy day, like weather like this. The pho is perfect. So thank you. Everybody go get her pho because it's really good. Absolutely.
I agree that the pho is really good. I've also had it, and I just want to say that it's small businesses like yours that help our community thrive. So thank you so much for doing business in the city of Bell Gardens.
I tried the pho, but I haven't tried the waffles yet, so I'll stop by one of these days. So yeah.
For burger or something like Asian waffle.
Thank you. Thank you for coming. Thank you for accepting the recognition. I'm a huge fan of this small local business. I go to it almost sometimes twice a week. The pho is out of this world. Extra spicy. Very good and just there was a while where I remember seeing that, it was tough, for your small business and, especially in the beginning of the year, it feels, God, it's already gonna be March. But I know during the pandemic, a lot of our small businesses were hit really hard. So I just want to say thank you. Thank you for being in our community. Thank you for choosing Bell Gardens to be your home. And you have the product. Your food is amazing. And I just really appreciate all you've done and for continually being here in the city. So again, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Moving on, public participation is now open. City Clerk, please announce the instructions for public participation on non-agenda items.
Thank you, Mayor. Members of the public will now have an opportunity to speak on items not listed on the agenda. Please state your name for the record before addressing your comments to the members of the City Council and Successor Agency. Each speaker is limited to 3 minutes, subject to an overall 30-minute period. Callers wishing to make a comment may do so at this time by dialing *9 from your phone, and when instructed, dial *6 to unmute yourself. Individuals joining us through Zoom may request to make a comment by using the raise hand feature and select the unmute or the microphone icon when instructed. We will first hear from speakers that are in person, and we did receive, I think it was
9.
10 public comment written records that was submitted to the clerk's office, and that has been distributed to the full council. Yes, it was 10. And with that.
Thank you for that. Calling up non-agenda items comment, Nicole Lopez.
Good evening. My name is Nicole Lopez, and I am a lifelong resident of Sela. And I am also a candidate for Congress in this district that includes Bell Gardens. 2 years ago, I had the honor of supporting La Unión de Vecinas de Bell Gardens as they tirelessly advocated for rent stabilization and the rental registry. I witnessed firsthand the dedication and passion of these community members as they fought for housing justice. And when the rent stabilization ordinance was finally passed, it was a moment of triumph for all of us who believe in fair and affordable housing. Today, however, that hard-won victory is under threat. The very protections that were put in place to ensure housing accessibility and stability of our community are being jeopardized by short-sighted interests driven by greed. If the rent control ordinance or the rental registry were to be overturned, it would be a betrayal of the trust placed in our city council to prioritize the needs of renters. Let us not forget the human cost of these decisions. Affordable housing isn't just a matter of convenience, it's a matter of life and death. Studies have shown that as rent becomes less affordable, mortality rates increase. When families are forced to choose between paying rent and putting food on the table or accessing healthcare, their health and well-being suffer. By undermining rent control and rental registries, we are directly threatening the lives of our most vulnerable community members. We cannot stand by as this human right for safe and affordable housing is being threatened. We must hold our elected officials accountable and demand that they prioritize the needs of renters over the interests of profit-driven entities. The time for political games is over. The time to truly stand with renters and support them is now. I urge each and every one of you to join us in defending rent control and the rental registry in Bell Gardens. Let us honor the hard work and determination of La Unión de Vecina de Bell Gardens, who fought for these protections and ensure that housing remains accessible and affordable for all of us. Thank you.
I'd like to call up Jose Sanchez.
Hi, I'm with Manufactured Home Action. My name is Jose Sanchez. And today I just wanted to speak about the rent stabilization ordinance. See, the thing is that we're not against that. We're not against the ma and pa landlords. But clearly research has been done before this even passed. So, I mean, it's not something that, like that's unfair. If this is modified, people are gonna suffer. Um, people are not gonna stand back with their arms crossed. Like the people, like the community is gonna defend this RSO by educating the public. Uh, we're gonna be mobilizing all our leaders, to get the word out. This is gonna get media attention if necessary. I know some of the seats are up for re-election, so this is your chance to show that you care about the community. You just remember that you work for the people, and this is not about like landlord fairness. It's more or less about greed. For landlords, this is more of making a profit. For people that are living in these situations, it's about like literally being homeless, and it's their livelihoods at stake. More or less, I just want to ask you guys to please seriously consider what you guys are doing before, like you guys put people on the streets. That's all. Thank you.
I'd like to call up Irma Lopez.
Muy buenas tardes, joven alcalde aquí presente.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council and all of the members of the council. I'm here again to make you aware because there's no greed here. I want you all to be aware, those who are listening, including those who are on TV, because we all know that inflation is up. It's not like 3-4 years back, and I want you to realize that there's no greed here. Just like the renters suffer, the owners also suffer to collect money and send it to the bank for insurance, all of the bills that are paid. The renter just pays their rent and they forget about everything else. But being an owner, I invite the renters to save so that one day they can also be property owners. And then they'll put themselves in our shoes, because the ones who own things here are the rich people and the poor people, because those who consider themselves poor, but really they have money, they have new cars, even better than the owners, and they have all of the assistance. I now demand, in the name of all of the owners of Bell Gardens, we want state laws and federal laws, not local ones, please. This is not greed. This is a matter that the times are really hard right now for the renters and for the owners, and we have to do something. We have to work so that the renters and the property owners don't fall behind. There are a lot of people who have money to pay their rent, but they don't do it. One man owes 6 months of rent, and they think they are the owners. Another owner was sprayed with water from a hose the other day, and they said that they're protected by the law. City council members, please remember that the new elections are coming. Please put things in balance. It's not for us to say that we're filling up our pockets with money. No, everything is really expensive. And we are the ones who suffer. The renters, I invite them to save up so that they can have a house and live happily.
Thank you. Good evening, Council. My name is Melody, and I am from Southeast Los Angeles. I want to acknowledge the council members for all their hard work over the years in supporting the community, especially as it pertains to the rental ordinance and rental registry. As someone who is very active in Southeast Los Angeles, I can tell you with assurance that the rental ordinance is a good thing. Personally, I have been affected with many instances of housing insecurity. In 3 years, I moved between 8 different roofs, and it wasn't by my own choosing. Even with a full-time job then, I couldn't make it on my own. I am in better circumstances now, but that feeling of deep despair was horrifying, and I often encounter with the many individuals I served and within my own community to my family. Just today, while I was stopping by before this meeting at a cafe, I was speaking to an unhoused man who was collecting bottles outside. He thanked me for getting him some snacks, but it's very sad that the state of the economy is so horrible. A lot of folks don't have any other option than to collect bottles and live on the street. Moreover, in 2021, I supported an elder who was improperly and unjustly evicted. I was only 21 then, but I did my best to support him, and it was only because of the community he was able to find a better housing situation. He worked every day from dusk to dawn selling paletas, and even at 70, he isn't getting proper rest. There are so many stories I can tell you about the people that I love, the people that I have served who are not doing okay. I know a man currently stuck in a motel with cats and children with no other place to go. I know of my own family moving to places like Mexico and Texas because the situation here is impossible. I understand well that everything has gone up, but if what I heard at the last council meeting is correct, many of these landlords in Bell Gardens have held these home titles for 20, 30 plus years. Situations were so different then. Mortgages were only about $500 a month. Many of their homes are very well paid off now, and all that is left are profits to be made. Now homes are about $7,000 a month if you try to buy in this market. Not everyone is lucky to have bought homes then, and it's worse now to buy a home than it was during the Great Depression. Choosing to even consider revoking something that took years to pass, many efforts and demonstration is a true injustice to the community. Moreover, in regards to rental registries, they do offer very important up-to-date information to understand the housing landscape. Having a limited oversight in the rental market often leads to mistreatment of tenants and corruption. Right now, all I can do is to ask your council team to continue standing by on the choices you made to protect the community. Many people who've worked hard to pass this cannot be here because of illness, job insecurity, and so many other situations. If men were angels, we wouldn't need any governance. Please continue standing by your word and honor. Thank you.
So much. Like to call up Marta Carrasco.
Hola, buenas tardes. Mi nombre
Hello,
es
good evening. My name is Marta Carrasco.
Yo vivo en el 6823 Granger.
I live at 6824 Granger, and I wanted to communicate to you all that Why before signing this law, why didn't you do surveys for the owners and for the renters? I think it would have been much better to see the problems that the renters have with the owners who don't fix their homes, that are raising the rents a lot, and see the owners how they have their renters, if they have them in good apartments that are fixed, not raising the rent every year. That's what I think would have been much better if you did a comparison of this side to that side to in that way help both people. And I also wanted, I think it would be good to work like that. If the owner doesn't have good maintenance, to fine them or to make them maintain well and not allow them to be raising the rent each year. There are owners that are aware of not raising the rent each year and are maintaining the apartments in decent conditions for people. That's what I've done. I don't have problems with my renters, nothing. But now with this, I'm seeing that we're going to be having a lot of problems, a lot of expenses, unnecessary ones that we didn't have before, because now what I've heard, the repairs, they have suggested that we charge half of the repairs to the renters. And the tenants can barely pay their rent. And then for us to charge them half of the cost of the repairs, that doesn't seem fair to me either. I wanted to tell you that now. This $156 for each unit, where does that go? Or why are we being charged that now? We've never had charges before for anything, and now for each unit it's going to be 150. And you also want us to charge half of the 156 to the tenants? People can barely pay their rent. And then we're going to screw them with this? And that otherwise it has to come from our pocket. Think about it.
Thank you.
Lincoln Fraga. I'm going to speak pretty fast. I have a property in South Whittier, unincorporated LA County. And I have a comparable property here in Bell Gardens. The one in LA County follows the LA County rental guidelines. If I'm going to improve one of the properties, I'm going to improve the one in Whittier. If I'm going to put in a new cinder block wall, I'm going to put it in Whittier. If I'm going to paint the property, I'm going to put it in Whittier. To me, the one in Bell Gardens is low-income housing. It's not going to show any pride of ownership for me, because it's just not, it's $600 under market, and I can raise it $39 a month this year. I don't know how long it's going to get to that $600. It's going to take a while. So I also wanted to let you know that I get flyers like this wanting me to do a 1031 exchange on properties. And the tagline on this flyer says, for this property in another city, says, no local rental control. They're already marketing against this city. It's already marketing against the city. I want to do a 1031 exchange, and I'm going to tell my real estate agent I want any other city except Bell Gardens, because this is the strictest one. But I think that ship has already sailed for me. I think my property values have gone down tens of thousands of dollars since you've put these measures into force, and you've made it hard to sell. My property's harder to sell now. Another thing, I hear you're going to take this money and make a task force, and you're going to create some inspectors to come to the properties. That's what I need. I need somebody coming to my property and saying, hey, Mr. Low-Income Housing, you got a little fence over there that's a little wonky. You better fix that. Hey, Mr. $39 a month, you got a crack in that asphalt. You better fix that crack. That's about 5 or 6 months of that $39. So I don't know how much more hostile you want to make it for property owners in Bell Gardens. It's already tough. But I don't think that's good for the city. Having your island of extra low income housing compared to a sea of cities that are going to be progressing is not good for the city. I think it's going to take the city back to what it was 25 years ago. I think it was one of the worst cities in the area. And to address some of the people that are complaining here, during COVID, I had a tenant that stopped paying me for a year, an entire year. And I had to take loans out to pay my mortgage. So a lot of people are, complaining and crying about things like that. But us as landlords, the cost of living, the inflation rate is 3% this year. It was 4% last year, close to 4%. It was 7% the year before that. And you guys have a 1.9% cap. So that goes for paint, wood, gardening, all of that costs us. So I'm going to send you all a copy of this flyer.
Like to call up Carmen Rodriguez. Carmen Rodriguez.
Buenas tardes.
Good evening to all of the members of this Bell Garden City Council and everyone here in the room. My name is Carmen Rodriguez. On this occasion, I'm addressing you and the owners who are in this room today. I'm going to try to be brief. In the last meeting, I heard some stories from owners. For example, the lady who said that she's had tenants for more than 10 years and they're annoyed because an extra quantity is now being charged with this ordinance. And if I remember well, she says that she rents the apartments for $1,000 for a 1-bedroom. Okay. I would like, if we put ourselves in the position of these two people, owner and renter, we understand that a little increase affects them. I would also like for both the owners and the renters to put themselves in our place, where we're not being rented an apartment, not even a room, with a full bathroom, with a kitchen, with a bedroom, with a living room. Just as an example, we're only being rented a space in which we can't put a trailer, a bigger one, and a passenger minivan, because by law, a space of 3 feet has to be maintained around that trailer. And if a bedroom is small, like a kitchen, now with them together, it's even smaller. And they charge us a higher percent if the trailer is bigger. 2, 4, 6, 8 times bigger than mine. Trailers that have 2, 3, even 5 bedrooms. And it's not the owner in this case. They are the administrators, or the administrators or managers. They still have not allowed us to speak with the owner, to send a message to the owner if one wants to speak to them, or to try to bring up the topic with the owner, asking why the higher increases for the smaller trailers and a lower cost for the larger ones. And it's not the owner that's doing this, it's discrimination. There are 2 people in the smaller trailer with handicap placards, and for 9 years we've had to go over that with a walker or with a cane. 2 people, unlike the other trailers, are families of 5 and even 10 people, where the consumption of water and waste and use of the kitchen, and in addition to that, the electricity, several TVs and several appliances, ACs, electric, kitchens.
Lástimamente nomás tenemos los 3 minutos, sí. Gracias. Gracias. Rogelio Rodríguez.
Buenas noches. Mi nombre es Rogelio Rodríguez.
Good evening. My name is Rogelio Rodriguez. I live in Clara Street, in case you didn't know it. As always, Mrs. Pulido, you don't live here. You can't vote, and nevertheless, you're doing it. You're breaking the law. Jorge, your portrait is here. I don't know if you're approving marijuana, but that's the last thing that I would expect from that a representative would be supporting marijuana or, for example, or any drug. For example, in Mexico, they're starting to have problems with the fentanyl. And who brought it? Who took it? Now they're fighting because they have it over there. I think you guys are the last people who should approve the marijuana, and yet you did. You were the only one who didn't vote. All of you, like little sheep, said yes, 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 yes. You don't know the damage you're doing to your community because right now, I don't think you even know how many marijuana stores you're going to have in a small space of 2.5 miles in Bell Gardens. I wonder how many stores, marijuana stores, have you approved? Can one of you tell me? You don't even know. The other thing, here it says that an evaluation of all the employees is going to be done. I'd like for you to go to the central street, which is Eastern. They took down most of the trees, and for about 3 months now, it doesn't have any grass. I hope that with the rain, I hope that that grass will grow because it looks horrible on that main street that we have in Bell Gardens. It's ridiculous that you guys have it like that. And you're using recycled water. Why don't you bring up a tube so that you can that grass can be watered? Well, I think that's all. Thank you.
Bruce, 8th row.
Well, here we are tonight, looking to the city council that we should put trust in the city council. Nothing could be further from the truth, especially this group of city council folks. You saw the trust you put in them to uphold your right to have law and order in your neighborhood and keep the pot shops out. And then they voted 4-1 to bring them in. There was not one person that stood in here and supported bringing these pot shops in, except a couple of stoners you had from Montebello come in here and tell you how great it was. Well, they didn't tell you the rest of it, of the 300 people that were opposed to it. But this local city council was not deterred. They stood up and they stood strong and they voted yes for pot shops, because they were looking out for you, maybe for educational opportunities. Well, that was laughable. I mean, we'll say that at Red Ribbon Week at the schools. It's okay, let's go buy some pot because we're going to fund the schools. Don't pay attention to that red ribbon stuff. How hypocritical. How arrogant. And then to look down your nose at everybody here and tell them how they need to learn how to speak better and think better and go to Toastmasters and do that sort of thing. Yeah, you're not to be trusted. You found out how much you should be trusted. Now you want them to trust you of the situation of rent control when not even understanding free market capitalism and how it works. You have absolutely no idea. Your concern is at how much power you can get and take over somebody else's property for the benefit of somebody else. That's what you're here for. I see also you still have vaccine clinics going on every Monday. You're even offering $25 to senior citizens to come in and get a vaccine. And now the data is in. It has killed 30 million more people. The vaccines have. They're poison shots. They're killing people. And you are supporting that. You have a clinic that offers $25 for every vaccine to somebody 65 and older. You're killing people. You're voluntarily facilitating it. It's really sad. You should eliminate the clinic, get rid of these poison shots, and stop acting like you're the ones going to solve everybody else's problems around here, because you're the ones that create them, because you're left-wing, progressive, liberal Democrats. And the economy is doing great according to Gavin Newsom and Joe Biden. So get it together.
Joaquín Beltrán.
My name is Joaquín Beltrán. I'm running for Congress. Mi nombre es Joaquín Beltrán. Estoy corriendo para el Congreso. Today, I'm urging the council to keep the rental registry. Our communities are hurting. People are losing their jobs. People are either being on the edge of being evicted or are being evicted. And despite all the government denialism, we continue to be in an airborne pandemic. People are dying by 2,000 every week across the United States, and even more people are becoming disabled. People need help. Just like healthcare is a human right, housing is a human right. La vivienda es un derecho humano. We should have money for jobs, not bombs. We should have money for affordable housing, not American Hellfire missiles. Once again, people in power are putting us against each other. This rental registry should be either county or federally subsidized. It should be paid for. In fact, we are already paying for it with our taxpayer dollars. Instead, our taxpayer dollars are going to weapon manufacturers who have automated nearly everything, and those profits just going to shareholders. We need to invest here in our communities and our people. I urge you to keep the rental registry, and let's stop investing in wars, bombing innocent people in Palestine. Let's invest in our people here at home. Thank you. Free Palestine.
Edgar Leon.
Good afternoon. My name is Edgar Leon. I live at 6126 Clara Street. I'm here actually in support of my neighbor. We've been neighbors for about over 20 years, roughly. And they've had, they'll probably delve into a little bit more detail, but they've had issues, or we've had issues where a lot of cars speed down on Clara Street. We live between Ira and Jaboneria. And so a lot of times what we ends up happening on Fridays, Saturday nights, you have cars that will do donuts in the middle of the intersection, or they'll just blow by the stop sign and just drive through going 50, 60 miles an hour down the street. We understand that that street is used by emergency personnel a lot of times to get across between cities and things like that. But I think a lot of us that live in that area feel that we probably need at least a speed bump or something that to deter racers or people driving down the street because they're driving really fast. They've had issues where crashed multiple times into parked cars, and it's a liability for the people that live on that street. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Antonio Villanueva.
Hola, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es
Hi, good evening. My name is Antonio Villanueva, 6924 Clara Street. I'm here. I've never been here before, but now I came because, as my neighbor said, we have a problem between Ira and Jaboneria. It's because of the excessive speeds. My family and I have lost 6 cars that have been crashed into because of the speed, or because people are drunk, but rather it's because they're speeding. They're at an extremely fast speed. Sometimes the car rolls over. One time I got signatures together. We got all the neighbors together to see if they would put speed bumps there. And I was told, I was given a form here in the city to fill out, and we filled it out. And I was researching and they said, no, we lost those signatures. We can't find them. I said, okay, they were lost, but that's why I'm here to let you know, to have you listen to us, because the total loss of my cars and those of my kids, they have to buy another car. And the insurance is higher every time we get hit. We've had 6 cars hit outside of the house, and that's due to the speed, or they because people are drunk. And also, I would like for you to look into the homeless, because there's a lady that's on Ira, and she goes to the bathroom. People walk by, they see it. My kids have taken video and all of that. The other day, an officer went, who's S. Garcia 636. He told me that they don't really give them any power. I'd like for there to be more security in this area, in that area. Thank you. Hi, good evening, council members. My name is Cortez. Thank you so much, because I wanted to come because I heard that there are problems, that some people want to change the law about rent control, but we all know here all of the work that cost us, not just the whole community. 80% of Bell Gardens rent their home, 80%. And many of you, if I remember well, 4 out of 5 at that time. So it's very important to conserve these rules, to keep these rules, because when you voted for those rules, it was something historic. We all remember the LA Times, the LA Weekly, the CBS News. They were all saying, wow, it's a very small city made up of immigrants, and they're establishing this law. I had never seen such a positive moment in which our city of Bell Gardens was on the national news. So it's important, very, very important, to defend that great fact that the council members, the past and present ones, achieved. So don't get off track. It's very important that you don't get off track, that you don't give up, that you continue being alongside the community, the poor people. Bell Gardens in general is a working class community, so it's very important. I heard, I think the young man Beltran mentioned, why don't we have the federal government support us with these fees so that the renters don't have to pay it, or the landlords? Those are the type of new ideas that we need, really, for all matters, but definitely for this matter about the housing. So please don't be like Janice Hahn, who said, oh, this rent control topic, I'll just leave it up to each city. Thank God you guys addressed the issue, but other cities didn't. And that's a great big tragedy, because the people in the other cities outside of and in all the county are suffering. They're suffering because they don't have this rent control. But thank God, with a lot of work, the community achieved it. So don't let yourselves be fooled. Continue and make it better, this rent control in Bell Gardens. Thank you.
Okay, if there's no objection by the members of the city council, successor agency.
City Clerk, do we have any online comments for non-agenda?
We do, but we have now just reached our 30-minute limit for an overall 30-minute period.
I'm okay with allowing them to speak.
Okay.
Thank you.
Zoom ID, Lucia Velos, if you would please select the microphone icon. Thank you.
Hola, buenas tardes. Mi
Hi,
nombre
good
es
evening. My name is Lucia Velos. I'm an activist and community organizer in the city of Bell Gardens. I was part of the rent control movement, supporting the renters in this community. I think this council has done marvelous work by passing such a strict ordinance, so good for a lot of people, for the majority of the residents too. They did a excellent work giving workshops, not just for the tenants about this ordinance, explaining it. Rather, they also did it for the owners. They gave an opportunity for the owners to learn about this ordinance and know how it was established so that they could see that they also have rights, so that they could see that those people who are charging $1,000 for rent had the chance to raise it up to 7% with time, of course. Unfortunately, many of them didn't attend these workshops. And they come now to say, oh, we need to change this. We need to be fair. We need to modify it. Why? Because simply they're not understanding this ordinance. If they only took the time, just like they come here to give public comments and to offend members of the council, take the time and go and sit at these workshops, which are excellent. They're very informative. They have a lot of good things for you guys, for you owners, for those who charge a little, for those who charge a lot, for everyone. This isn't about seeing who pays less, who pays more, which tenant is against. No, this is even. And there's something else. In the ordinance, there's no chapter which says the tenants have to pay half. That's not true. Inform yourself about this ordinance. And once you know what it's about, you're going to change your mind. Please stop trying to put in things which aren't true. Thank you so much. Again, my name is Lucia Velos.
Zoom ID, Martha Pineda, if you would please select the microphone icon, you may proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Good evening. My name is Martha. I have been a community organizer here in Bell Gardens since 2018. I think it's really great to hear that the city wants to celebrate Women's History Month. I think what the council can do to honor and celebrate and respect the lives of working class women, working class mothers and grandmothers in your community is to preserve the tenant protections you have in place, to prevent these people from being displaced, from experiencing homelessness, and to keep a stable roof over their head. I want to share my utmost support for the council to make the only right decision here in regarding housing, to keep the rent stabilization as well as the rental registry as it is. No changes, no amendments, nothing. As someone who has canvassed all throughout Bell Gardens, I have heard and seen firsthand the terrible conditions a lot of the housing the tenants live in. The rental registry would be the first ever system to create a history of rental properties that doesn't exist right now. The city would be able to identify and address any health safety concerns that can provide social services to tenants if they are in crisis or at risk of displacement. It would provide information on the rental ownership and the landscape of the ownership and mitigate any growing speculative practices. I think preserving and enforcing the rent stabilization ordinance would protect nearly 80% of the constituents you represent. Without proper implementation, nearly 80% of your population is vulnerable to displacement, homelessness, and death. Yes, I did say death because there is a medical study that shows that housing instability measured by eviction filings is associated with a higher increased risk of death. Any tenant can become homeless with an eviction notice between 30 to 60 days. I have the question of how long would it take for a landlord to be in that same position? How long would it take for them to evict someone and move into every single unit they own before they actually experience homelessness? Based on this medical study, the lives of landlords are not at the same risk the same way the lives of tenants are. The majority of the community you represent are barely making ends meet. Any changes made to the rent stabilization or rental registry is a direct attack to the ends that are barely being met. We must remember that landlords are making a profit no matter what rent control is being passed. Every landlord has the constitutional right to a fair rate of return. And many of them have, as we shared, they have not read the ordinance because there's a lot of protections for them as well. They can make a rent increase higher than the rent control if it's below market rate.
Your time is up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Zoom ID, Jasmine, if you would please select. Thank you. You may proceed with your comment.
Good evening, Council. My name is Jasmine Gonzalez. I am a member of the community, and I also participated in the Bell Gardens Rent Control Ad Hoc Committee. So much time and care went into the discussion around the rent control. It saddens me that y'all are entertaining the idea of making changes to the ordinance. There were many experts that came to speak on the topic. This ordinance has helped a lot of residents keep their housing by maintaining their rent increase to a manageable level. Rent increases are incredibly stressful. As it is, wages don't keep up the way rent goes up, and it's not okay for our community to keep being displaced or made unhoused. The whole point of this ordinance is to take some of the burden off renters so that a landlord has to prove they are unable to make a fair rate of return on their investment. Has this been done? Have landlords proven to the city of Bell Gardens that they are unable to make a fair rate of return on their investment? Many of the comments made have no merit to them and can easily be addressed by an informational workshop for landlords. Also, the rental registry is critical. Many cities have had a rental registry for decades, and it goes hand in hand with the ordinance. Over 75% of Bell Gardens are renters and need to be housed. According to Bell Gardens, 58% are already rent burdened by housing costs. I urge the council to not make any changes to the RSO. If anything, y'all should be improving on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Zoom ID, George Rivera, if you would please select. Thank you. You may proceed with your comment.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, City Council, and City staff. My name is Jorge Rivera. I am a homeowner. I am a small rental property owner, a mom and pop. I am a realtor, and I am an affordable housing advocate for over 10 years. I am a co-director of a nonprofit organization called the Healing and Justice Center, where we do tenant counseling and tenant advocacy. And I'm also the co-founder of the San Gabriel Valley Tenants Alliance, and we submitted public comment on their behalf as well. Our organization serves Southeast LA, which is why I'm here calling in solidarity with La Unión de Vecinas. I just want to comment that realtors and mom and pops, they will argue that RSO is going to hurt them. They argue that they need to be able to cover their expenses, that it will hurt their home values, and it will force them to sell. The truth is, as a property owner, I am under an incorporated RSO, and it still allows me to raise rent at a reasonable level. And as a realtor, when a buyer purchases a property, or an income property for that matter, they factor in maintenance costs to cover the improvements that are necessary, because in reality, it's a business. As a property owner, I'm making thousands, tens of thousands of dollars just sitting around collecting rent on equity. I have privilege and power that my tenants definitely do not. I hold their very well-being in my hands. The other commenter is saying that this is not good for the city. Well, in reality, it's just not good for his pocketbook. He says that the city is going to be worst city in the area, but he still ended up buying property there, didn't he? And as a matter of fact, rental control stabilizes communities. It stabilizes communities and helps create safer communities. Rent stabilized communities inject more money into the local economy because people have more money to spend. So rental registries help us understand the housing landscape, and it allows us to monitor and address the needs of our community. Free market capitalism does not work. And as a matter of fact, it's what has put us in the housing crisis that we're in. So as leaders of a community, as leaders of low-income communities, it is your job to defend the rent control and rental registries as they currently stand. And as the previous speaker said, you should leave it as is, if not, improve upon it. Thank you so much.
Seconds left. Thank you. Zoom ID, Jamila JDI.
Hello,
Hi, please state your name for the record and you may proceed with your comment.
Yamila Cervantes.
Thank
Hi,
you.
good evening, council members. My name is Yamila. I go by Yams. I live in the city of Maywood, where we have happily passed a rent stabilization ordinance, woo woo, which includes a rental registry. And I hope that you can all be brave and stand up in support of renters and your rent stabilization ordinance, just as our council members have done. Just for some background, years ago, my family used to rent an apartment complex, and our landlord was a person from our community who cared for more than just a check. Now we're mom and pop landlords. We live on the only property we own, which is a duplex. And for years, we rented the front unit at a reasonable rate because we all have real jobs that aren't just owning property, which isn't a real job, by the way. And all of our neighbors, from people who lived in the complex with us to the people who rent from us now, to our unhoused friends who live in front of Riverfront, who live at Riverfront Park in Maywood, have contributed to make Southeast LA a vibrant and special place that I love to call home. And so we're really happy about the rent stabilization as mom and pop landlords. It means protections for our neighbors, for people who we love. When I walk down the street, todos me saludan. And if we had major displacements, I know that it would change the very fabric of our communities, and that would be heartbreaking to witness. And lastly, I just want to say out loud that I'm so disturbed by the person who was using low income with so much disgust. In my home, we're proud to be working class, and I hope that others can educate themselves to do the same. So again, I just urge you to be brave, stand up in support of renters. I do as a mom and pop landlord, and support your rent stabilization ordinance. Thank you, and I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. Zoom ID, Myra Rodriguez, if you would please select the microphone icon. Zoom.
Aló, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Mayra Rodríguez. Gracias por darme la oportunidad de estar
Good
aquí.
evening. My name is Myra Rodriguez. Thank you for giving me the chance to be here with you. Look, it hurts me to hear these things saying that they're disgusted by low-income people, that they're going to keep their property in bad conditions. I agree with the people who say that they're tired of homeless people going to the bathroom outside their homes. This is directed at all of the council members, especially the ones who are thinking about getting rid of the ordinance, who are the newer ones. Gabby and Francis. Do you expect us to show up? Do you want us to show up? You will see us homeless. Don't be surprised if we end up homeless. If you want to fight poverty, you want to fight homelessness, there's going to be a flood of homeless people on the street because they don't have the chance to rent. Everything is going up. Everything is going up. I've been wanting to buy a refrigerator for a year and I haven't been able to because mine doesn't work anymore. I don't know. It doesn't freeze. Sometimes it freezes on top, sometimes on the bottom, sometimes in the middle. I invite you to come to my house to see the refrigerator. I live on Fry Street. You can come. Francis, Gabby, any of you. Please come to see the conditions that in a whole year I have not been able to buy a refrigerator. If you can do those things, God bless you. I'm glad, and I hope you never want for anything, honestly, because this is hard. You can't get enough together for the rent, and you don't want to complain to the owners so that they will have no reason to want to evict you. These people who are having trouble getting their money to the bank. We have to pay on time. Okay, I understand that. I try to pay on time so that you're not short of money, so you can pay the bank. But I can't have a good refrigerator, a working refrigerator. I can't eat what I want. I eat what I'm given. Thank you for listening to me, and I hope that you realize that we're asking this so that you don't see more of us on the street. Please support us and keep supporting us in all of our situations. God bless you. Have a very good evening. Thank you.
Zoom ID champion of Denton County, you may proceed with your comment. If you could please state your name for the record.
Hi there, everyone. My name is Juan Martinez. I'm the delegate for the Democratic Party of the 64th District. I represent 8 cities, including your city, City of Bell Gardens. And I want to start off by saying that I was disturbed and disgusted to hear that one of your employees said that we already met the 30-minute threshold mark for public speaking time. Let me be clear to all of you, including you, Mayor. The Brown Act is very specific. If you show up for the meeting, you have a right to speak. And although you are technically allowed to allocate a period of time, it doesn't mean that you get to exclude people from speaking. That is not allowed. And I would be more than happy to write you guys up for a violation of the Brown Act and to write up your attorney to the bar of California for that violation as well, for partaking in that process. If you guys don't know who I am, research Juan Martinez, Central Basin, and you will see that I've worked with the ACLU to come after agencies who violate the Brown Act. So do not do that again, because if I hear that you do that again, I will write you up and I will have a good time doing it. Second, I want to advocate and show my support for the rent control framework that has already been established. The rental registry, that is an amazing idea. You guys were one of the first cities to lead in the county doing that. And I've always admired your city. I'm from the city of Downey. I work everywhere in the 64th district. But when you guys when you guys took the courage to vote and support your community members, I was very happy and I was very proud to live in a district, the 64th district, where some of the cities were doing the right thing. So please keep doing it. I know that landlords who want to fill up their pockets with money at the expense of people losing their homes and ending up on the streets don't care, but you need to care. Do the right thing, support the community, and remember, we will hold you accountable. I've helped people run against other people and taking their seats for making stupid decisions. Don't be one of those people that is going to show up all over social media looking like an idiot who is greedy and is only working for money. Show up on the internet, show up wherever you need to, supporting making the right decisions. And last but not least, please consider always being vocal about Palestine. We need a ceasefire across the entire LA County. And with your voices, we can get that ceasefire not only passed in certain individual cities like your neighbors, but within the entire state and hopefully across the entire country. So free Palestine. And one last reminder, do not
Your
violate the
time
Brown
is
Act
up.
again.
Thank you. Zoom ID J, if you would please select the microphone icon or the unmute option. Please state your name for the record.
Hi, good afternoon, members of the council. My name is Jocelyn, and I'm a resident of the city of Bell Gardens. I'm here in support with all of the tenants and the vecinos to keep reminding you all that the city and community members have worked tirelessly for a rent control ordinance and protections. And this was something that was studied for years by attorneys, by staff, community members, with credible data, and also even an ad hoc committee with landlords and tenants. And we simply cannot take a step back. Clearly, this was a need in the community, not only here, but also surrounding cities like Cudahy and Maywood, who have followed suit in tenant protections. And to the landlord from Whittier who came and cried about his loss in profits, as well as some landlords that came with such arrogance in previous meetings, I just want to remind, the council that you are accountable to 80% of renters in the city that are living in vulnerable conditions, not people like him, realtors, investors, corporate landlords that are clearly not in danger of being unhoused or even care about the well-being of our neighbors. So I hope you remain grounded in the fact that this is all for the folks that have come time and time again to share about how they are struggling. I mean, there was a community member that went before me that shared about not being able to buy a fridge. They've shared about how they would benefit from these protections and how these protections would help keep them off the street. And that is such a big responsibility, right? And I really do hope that y'all don't take that lightly, right? There's so much misinformation and fear mongering amongst the landlords, and it's baffling. There needs to be, I think, more attention redirected to ensuring that we can continue to share the facts of this ordinance, even though there has been so many workshops already. But I think we probably need some more. But also bring forth solutions in order to keep these protections in place as is. We are counting on y'all to do the right thing. And I hope you stand by community, right? Because housing is a human right. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you. Zoom ID Letitia Guzman, if you would please select the microphone icon. Thank you. May proceed with your comment. Leticia Guzman.
Leticia Guzman.
Sí, ¿me escucha? Sí.
Thank you. Good evening. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak. I am from the community of Cudahy, and I'm here to support the Unión de Vecinas regarding the ordinance because our family and our neighborhood has been affected. How can people come or properties can change owners and they want to abuse the tenants? I'm really disappointed. Last year, our property, we have 6 units where we live, and there was a change in ownership. The new owner came in, raised the rent immediately as soon as he bought the property. Obviously, we didn't know that the properties had been sold by the old owner, but the new owner increased the rent immediately. But thanks to the fact that organizations have supported us and have trained us very well in how to defend ourselves, we went immediately to our city hall to file a complaint over the rent increase. And we found out that it was the new owner doing this. But the ordinance was already in place. Then the owner came with a letter recently and told us to move out of the property because it was going to be demolished, when actually some of us who live there have lived there 20, 22 years there. When we received that notification, it scared us because it's very difficult to find new housing with our budget. And he came and gave us that notification when he doesn't even have any permits to do any demolition. So this has really hurt us. I hope that you support and continue with this ordinance to help our neighborhoods. Please let property owners know that we also have rights and that we have a right to ask for information regarding the things they're doing and the permits that they supposedly have. Because trying to get people out of the properties just to raise the rent or the property value. Thank you very much for your attention. And please let them know this. We support you. Thank you.
Mayor, that was the last speaker.
Thank you so much for that, City Clerk. If there's no objection by members of the City Council Successor Agency, I will close public participation for non-agenda items. City Clerk, please announce the instructions for public participation on agenda items.
Thank you. Members of the public will now have an opportunity to speak on items listed on the agenda. Please state your name for the record before addressing your comments. Each speaker is limited to 3 minutes. Callers wishing to make a comment may do so at this time by dialing *9 from your phone, and when instructed, dial *6 to unmute yourself. Individuals joining through Zoom may request to make a comment by using the raise hand feature and select the unmute or microphone icon when instructed. We will begin to hear from the members of the public that are physically present in the council chamber, and we did not receive any written communication.
Thank you for that. Bruce Acro.
All right, I want to add to my card, number 7, approval of safe streets and roads for all program funding. Everybody's for safe streets and roads. I don't know who would be against that. Number 8, installation of speed bumps on Ira Avenue between Clara and Gotham. Maybe it's necessary. People can't control themselves out there. Of course, when that happens, folks like you will look at our police and say, we need to reimagine policing here in America and in our local cities. This is your leftist, progressive thinking. It goes along with the criminal justice reform, where we're not going to punish criminals. We're going to let them out and celebrate them. But if you do something wrong, we will pursue you to the full extent of the law. And that's the problem here. People are looking for you to solve their problems, and you're telling them that you can solve their problems, when in reality, you can't solve anything. You are the government. A clear-thinking American realizes the most feared words in the English language is when somebody knocks at their door and somebody says, I'm from the government and I'm here to help. Those are the most terrifying words that an American citizen will hear. Okay, and number 10, local commission appointment list. All you've done with your housing element thing here is that you've expanded the bureaucracy by $1.2 million. That's all you've done. You haven't made anything safer for anybody. All those experts that came to that ad hoc committee, did they tell you how safe everything was going to be? If we listen to Joe Biden and Gavin Newsom, your Democrat leaders, white elitist Democrat leaders, as long as you stay in your place, they'll be happy with you, are telling you how great the economy is. We keep hearing from everybody how terrible this economic situation is. I can't afford my rent. I can't afford the mortgage. It's not getting better, but you only suggest more government. That's all you suggest. And it's crushing you. You're collapsing because of your left-wing progressive socialism. If you want to live like that, move to North Korea, move to Venezuela, or start following some real leaders like Javier Milei of Argentina or Nayib Bukele of El Salvador. There's your leaders.
There's no objection by the members of this, by the members of the city council. I will close public participation. City manager, will you please give your report? Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Chavez. Just want to mention a few items.
Gracias, alcalde.
And then going forward in the future. On Tuesday, February 20th, we had our monthly property owner workshop. That meeting was heavily attended according to our community development director and the staff. There, the following day, we had our Wednesday, February 21st monthly tenant workshop. So we continue to hold those workshops on a monthly basis. And we're also working with another organization that wants to do a tenant workshop later in March. So we're working with them so they can secure space at Ross Hall. I think for late March, maybe the 27th timeframe. Also want to mention we had another neighborhood watch area meeting at Marlowe Park on Wednesday, February 21st. We currently have a voting center open at Ross Hall right now and another one opening up at the Neighborhood Youth Center. This is for March 5th primaries for that election. Also is a good start point for the presidential election that we'll have later this year, and we'll undoubtedly have polling sites here in the city of Bell Gardens. Also want to mention on Friday, March 1st, 6 to 8 p.m., we have our Punk at the Park event at the skate park. There'll be a live DJ there. So that's another part of our attempt to have some events at the park every month. It'll be the first Friday of every month. Also, we have a call for artists. So we have grant funding to replace all of the playground equipment at Hannon and Asmus Park. That playground equipment on both of those parks will be done here in the next 30 to 60 days. As part of the grant funding that we got to replace all of that equipment, we have funding for 4 murals for both of those parks. So we have a call for artists right now that's up on our webpage. We put social media out. Basically looking for artists to submit ideas for 4 murals and it could be on some of the walls that are there, some of the other pieces of equipment that are there that would be conducive to having murals. The deadline is March 7th. So if you know anybody that's artistically inclined, if you could please let them know. Also want to mention we have our first spring 5K run. That'll be on the morning of March 9th. We've been doing that 5K run event the last 3 or 4 years in the fall, but we have so many other events in the fall, Fiestas Patrias, Halloween, and that we've moved it to the spring and also moved out some of the art component to it that we will reintroduce at its own separate event. Just a couple of the other items that I want to mention here. Just update on some of the housing things based on some of the comments that have come in. We're still receiving rental registry forms. We're getting close to the 1,200 form mark, which about 3 to 4 units per form. So we're up to around 4,000 units that have been registered already. Also, we've received almost 200 below market rate adjustment forms. We've processed 153 of those, and about 75% of those forms result in a market rate increase above what the CPI limit is. So we're working really hard on implementing that ordinance, and we have additional, obviously, compliance efforts to go forward to make sure that everything's taken care of. Also, just want to mention we have bids due on March 14th. This is for continued soil cleanup at the former Burke Oil site. So this is an important project as we're trying to clean up the soil there. There is a 100-unit affordable housing project that's planned, that's already designed, planned for that location. So as soon as we can get that soil cleaned up and all the contamination remediated, that should provide some additional affordable housing opportunities for the residents of Bell Gardens. Last thing I will mention as far as housing is we have another round of a rental assistance program. It's through state and county program. It's PLHA. We're just waiting for county approval on the forms, which we hope to have by the end of this week so that residents can apply. There are certain limitations. You have to be able to pay a certain amount of your rent. There's certain stipulations, but we would anticipate somewhere in the range of about 70 or 80 participants will able to be funded. They would get a monthly subsidy towards their rent payment that would be paid directly to the property owner. So those programs have been highly successful in the past. The last item I will say before I can conclude, I just want to mention everybody and also a thank you. We've had somewhere between 10 and 12 inches of rain in the month of February. The normal is 3 to 4 inches of rain. So I just want to, it's a tremendous amount of rain. We knew this was coming with the heavy El Nino forecast. But I just want to say thank you to the residents, the businesses, all the stakeholders, the schools, the street sweepers, trash pickup, the city council, the staff, for all the work with sandbags, driving safely, reporting issues that may be out there. Most storms that come through, we see issues with trees falling over, power lines being down, things of that nature. And even though we've got a 300 to 400% increase in rain, it seems as though we've got actually less calls about these issues. And I think that's just due to the preparedness of everybody in Bell Garden. So just thanks for everybody for the hard work and keeping things safe during this month of February with the extraordinary rain. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you so much for that report, Mr. City Manager. We will now move on to the consent calendar. Does any member of the council successor agency wish to pull an item from separate discussion? Hearing none, I will now call for a motion to approve items number 1 through 9 of the consent calendar.
I'll move.
Second.
I have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Barson, a second by Council Member Sanchez. Can I get a roll call, please?
Yes, thank you. Councilmember Gomez,
Yes.
Councilmember Pulido,
Yes.
Councilmember Sanchez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Barcena,
Yes.
and Mayor Chavez.
Yes. We will now move on to discussion item number 10. City Manager.
Thanks again, Mayor Chavez. This item is the local commission's appointment list. So at this time, it's staff recommendation if the city council could please review the commission appointments and by motion, remove commissioners and or make appointments to posted vacancies. Thank you, Mayor.
Member of the council have any changes to the commission list? Seeing none, we will move on to item number 11. That'll be National Bike Day event and bicycle marking improvements. Mr. City Manager.
Thanks again, Mayor Chavez. So this item is the result of a request about 2 council meetings back from Councilmember Gomez. Request to look into our bicycle marking. Those are the shared arrows that we have on the lanes throughout Bell Gardens. And also look at the possibility of having a National Bike Day event, which National Bike Day is May 5th. So staff, our Recreation Community Services Department, our Police Department, Public Works Department, and City Manager staff have met and put together what we believe is a good plan to address the request from the council member. And with that, I will turn it over to our Recreation Community Services Director, Liz Nava, to provide a presentation. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. O'Kelly. Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. The item before you today is just a really quick overview about the upcoming National Bike Day event and the subsequent bicycle marking improvements included with this event. Just very briefly, some background for you. As the city manager had mentioned, in January, staff was given direction to bring an item to council to host a series of events and make capital improvements for National Bike Day. And the purpose of these activities is to educate the community on the benefits of biking, driver and bikers sharing the road, bicycle safety, and overall promotion of bicycling. So staff is proposing to host a National Bike Day event on Sunday, May 5th, which is actually National Bike Day, at Veterans Park. But leading up to that event, Bell Gardens PD will host a series of bike safety workshops for the community that will help them to prepare for National Bike Day. And then on the day of the event, you can expect to see a bunch of activities to include a community bike ride, which is similar to the bike rodeo that we've had in the past that PD has hosted. The bike ride will follow the same route that the 5K currently follows, so the road closures and things will be the same. We will have a bike rodeo. There'll be bike checks and inspections of equipment done by PD, community booths, informational booths, and of course, you have to have music and food and games as well. So this is just a few kind of ideas of what you will see. These are past rodeos, and it'll be very similar to what we've hosted in the past, but just on a grander scale. In addition to the special event, the city will also enhance the shared lane markings along the city and throughout the routes along the city. So currently Bell Gardens has 190 shared lane markings, or sharrows as they're known. And sharrows are road markings used to indicate a shared lane for bikes and cars. So if you haven't noticed them, take a look around when you're driving throughout the city. We have a lot for a small city like Bell Garden. Staff will solicit bids for service to brighten the current sharrows, so they'll spray paint them white, but they'll also add a green background to improve its visibility. So here's a couple pictures just to show you what currently on the left side, you'll see what's in Bell Gardens, and then on the right side is something similar to that, is how they'll be improved. Just really quickly for fiscal impact, we estimate that the total cost will be approximately $100,000, and that includes the National Bike Day event, which is the workshops, all the event supplies and equipment, staff time, marketing. And then the larger portion will go to the sharrow painting. However, the funding sources for that will come out of majority of measures R&M, and then the rest will be subsidized by the city's general fund.
Liz, before we move on, just because the cost, obviously, sharrow painting is somewhat expensive, $85,000 of it. Just as our public works director, for the durability of the materials that we're proposing to use for those sharrows.
Correct. So what we're proposing to do is use thermal paint. And instead of having to refresh it every year, it would last anywhere from 8 to 10 years.
Thank you, Bernie.
And just to recap a little bit, we will be hosting on May 5th, the Bell Gardens Police Department, Public Works and Recreation and Community Services Departments will host a series of workshops and events and capital improvements for National Bike Day for an approximate cost of $100,000. Staff will, however, come back to City Council and to get permission to request a bid, to go out to bid for the work on the sharrows, and then also to make budget appropriations for capital improvements. And at this time, staff is recommending that City Council receive and file this report. And that's it for me. I'm available if anyone has any questions or comments.
Thank you so much for that. Does any member have any questions or comments?
Yes, I'm sorry, but can you bring back the page with the funding on it, please? Sorry, I should have spoken earlier, but it's a good thing.
Let's
It's a
just take
positive
one
thing.
moment while IT gets that up.
Okay, no worries. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Can you please remind me again, I know that you already mentioned it, what measures R and M are?
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem Barcelona. Those are local return monies that come in through Metro. So Measure R was the original measure, and that's being replaced by Measure M. So we still have pots of both funds of money. And those are funds that come in for road type improvements, for safety improvements.
Yeah.
Therefore, those funds are eligible for road markings.
Thank you. I just want to say how happy I am that you guys are able to find progressive and positive ways to spend this money, right? When we think Metro, we think, like public transportation, and we sometimes don't think bikes. Well, me, but I feel like now it's important that we start spreading that message that transportation is not just about motorized vehicles, and it's not just about electric vehicles or like gas vehicles. It's also about other types of alternative transportation. So I'm very excited about this project. I want to thank you guys for figuring out how to save money. It's a lot of money, but once you put in the the grant and how you guys are going to be utilizing that. I want to thank staff and also the council for bringing this up. Pretty awesome. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for taking this on, for indulging me with this request, and for finding the money to do this. That's always the most difficult part. So thank you for that. I'm very excited, and to echo what our Mayor Pro Tem was saying, we are now moving in culturally into an era where we need to begin to embrace other modes of transportation. If we're trying to support the reduction of greenhouse gases, if we're trying to do environmental justice, if we're trying to help people who have very limited income, who can't afford gas that's $5 plus a gallon, insurance, car maintenance, all of those things. To the extent I think that we can reduce people's reliance on vehicles to get around town, to run their errands around town, I think that we should do that. To the extent that we can reduce people's reliance on vehicles to get to work, to get to school, and make it a safer environment for them to be able to do that in, I think that we should do that. And if we have the funding for it, let's do it. I'm very excited about this. I'm very happy. I'm like jumping for joy on the inside. So thank you so much. I do have a question regarding the sharrows. Most of our streets are in pretty good shape. There are some streets that need a little bit of love. They're a little bit bumpy and a few potholes in there. And I noticed that there are some sharrows associated with some of those areas. So I'm wondering if there is a plan to maybe fix all of that before we lay down a new sharrow.
Yes, wherever you see any deficiencies, potholes almost, we would definitely address it. But I do want to mention, since these are on arterials, we're in the process of also doing street improvements on those arterials.
Okay.
So we'll go ahead, if any of the sharrows are impacted, obviously we'll call for the thermal to be replaced once the road improvement is undertaken. So we'll definitely be mindful of that as we're out there doing these markings.
And one more question regarding the, just want to reiterate, I know we talked about this, but the actual route of the bike ride, just so that people understand, this is going to be on the street, right? Closed streets, come out on your bikes and ride the route on the street.
That is correct. We are inviting the community to come out with their bikes, and we will close down the street just similar to what we do with the 5K, same exact route, so they can actually ride on the street and get a feel for riding on the street. Correct.
Great, thank you.
Anybody else have any comments? All right. As for my comments, thank you so much to staff for bringing this item. Really appreciate the leadership, and I'm excited for this project. I do have a couple of questions in regards to the route. I know we're going to do the 5K route. And I've always wondered, as far as like the 5K, or even in this case now for the bike rodeo, bike route, have we tried to experiment with maybe perhaps doing it in more centralized of Bell Gardens section? For example, down Garfield, down Eastern, down Clara, Jaboneria. I think it'd be great to also look at those other aspects.
Mayor, we actually spoke about that when we had our meeting. And the concern that we always have is if we're going to have a city event sponsored by the city, then there comes a liability. So we have no control once we have unexperienced cyclists or people attending the event. We really can't control the traffic. So that's always been a concern. We have looked at other models that other cities have used, and it's always, for purpose of limiting liability and for safety, is always the areas have to be blocked off and not allow traffic to be part of that. So that's why selecting the route that we selected, which is the one that we're going to use for the 5K, the police department is going to take 100% responsibility by securing the area, by making sure that there is no traffic, and it's going to be safe for the community and the residents to attend this event.
Thank you for that. I'd also, maybe in the future, maybe we could have a couple of different route options. For example, I know in the past we did the riverbed, maybe incorporating the riverbed as part of it. I know that many cyclists use that to go up and down the Rio Hondo. So I know in the past we've used that. So maybe experimenting with that in the future, whether that be through the 5K or with this bike event. Yeah, I think it'd be something.
If I may, I
Yeah,
think we could
absolutely.
always do something more centralized, but just keep in mind that we would have to close down the streets. And then we always look at the impact that's going to cause for the residents, meaning, you're going to have more traffic. So we always like to do it in the early mornings and preferably on the weekends, so that way we don't impact the residents as much. And with any traffic that will be part of the event.
Yeah, yeah. I know in the city of LA, and I think in a couple other cities, to the point where they've even closed down a freeway. I think they closed the 110 freeway at one point. I think it was the Arroyo Fest, in Pasadena, the 110 freeway. And, they were, I don't know if that's Caltrans or I don't know who that was.
That is Caltrans.
Caltrans, and they were able to close down a whole freeway. So that's exciting. I know it took a lot to get to that point, but those are just, ideas. And then also throughout LA, I know Ciclavia is all up and down the city of LA. They've done in the Valley, they've done across MLK, down Figueroa, you name it. Those are it's always great to see. And maybe one day in the future, we could partner up with all the rest of the Southeast cities and we could do a big Ciclavia out here. Or some big, maybe a marathon of Southeast, or something like that. That'd be great. Pretty sure we can get to 20. I don't know how much a marathon is, 23 or 26 miles?
26.
26 miles, yeah.
0.2.
20, there it is. I had another question about measure RM, I should say. Is it RM or RW? R and M. It's the same thing, essentially. They just changed the letter. My question was, I know for the remainder of the funds that we had, were they already earmarked for other projects in the process?
Those funds are actually the remainder of our alley project, so we actually came in under budget. So that allowed that amount of money you see there to go back and be designated for this new project.
And for those, I think it was, I don't know, we're projecting 100,000 for this event. Are we expected to go over budget, below budget? Are we just ballparking it?
On the capital project front, obviously it's an estimate. The market would bear what the bids are going to come in at. So that's an approximation. And I'll defer to Liz on the actual programming item.
Yeah, for the event, we estimated based off of current salaries of staff and current programs that we run that are similar to this event to get a pretty well-educated guess of what it would cost. The biggest outlier would be the Sharrow painting. And once we go out to bid for that, we'll have a better idea of exactly what the cost would be. But regarding that, the program and the day of the event and program, we're not expecting to go over budget on that. No.
Thank you for that. And then finally, in regards to Sharrow paint, I don't know if there was an example listed, but do we already in the city have an example of like Sharrow paint around and not in the city?
We have Sharrows, but not with the green background.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. Essentially, the Sharrow is the green background.
Well, no, the Sharrow is the actual symbol that's painted on the ground. But what we want to add to it is the green background to highlight that Sharrow to make it more visible for cars.
I thought that Sharrow paint was like a specific paint you go and ask for at like a Home Depot.
No.
It's like, can I get some Sharrow paint? And that's why it was so expensive.
No.
But now I know that it's just
it's the symbol.
Part of the, so we have the symbol, but
It's
we
the
just don't have
symbol.
the background for it.
We don't have the green background, which
Gotcha.
is what we want
Okay.
to add. Yeah.
Yeah, and that green background,
we
actually
can-
Huntington Park did an improvement
See,
project.
well, go back,
Yeah.
back. Okay. Right there. So
Gotcha.
so on the right is how we currently have it. I'm sorry, on the left is how we currently have it, current Sharrow. And the updated would be, this is exactly what's in Huntington Park, for example.
Gotcha.
And even though it isn't a protected designated bike lane, bikes only, the fact that it's got the green background on it will alert drivers to the fact that this is a shared lane. So it's a matter of creating more visibility.
Gotcha. I was confused. I was gonna literally go to like Home Depot or something and ask for like Sharrow paint.
No.
I thought it was some
That's-
special kind
it's
of
not a
paint.
kind of paint, no.
But now, I mean, I can see, I know that's Garfield. I'm pretty sure that's Garfield,
Okay.
on the current Cheryl, but I don't know if that's Huntington Park on the right side.
No, that's just an image I was able to find that
Ah.
represents what it will look like.
That will be Garfield though.
That's what we will
yes.
look like, yeah.
Awesome. And then finally, this goes to Director Bernie. Has there been maybe any, I don't know if it's a possibility, but perhaps maybe doing something like this in-house in the future instead of doing RFP? I know in-house team has just been incredible in terms of tackling speed bumps, and they're all up for getting certification. So maybe in the future, this could be something that we can look into doing in-house.
Potentially, when it comes to refreshing them, possibly, but just the amount of work, it's something that we have to bid out.
Thank you so much. All right, that concludes my questions. May I have a motion to receive and file?
Actually, I just
Oh,
wanted to make an additional comment. So
Absolutely.
as we were discussing before about the possibility of having a Ciclavia type event, one thing that we need to keep in mind is that the Ciclavia events happen within the city of Los Angeles. So the city of Los Angeles has the control of all of that. It takes an incredible amount of volunteers to shut down a street, to man the intersections, because you can't completely close off, cross traffic. So it does take an incredible amount of volunteers. We've often discussed having an event like that out here in this area. The difficulty is that you have several municipalities that would all have to coordinate with that. And that's where the difficulty comes in. Because the city of LA is so big and they have so many neighborhoods that they control, they pretty much, whatever they say goes, right? Around here, there's a little bit more collaboration that needs to happen. Not to say that we shouldn't have it, I'm all for it, but yeah, it does take more collaboration.
Thank you for that. I see that. I think that there's an opportunity right there to perhaps maybe start having those conversations with the other cities. Any other members of the council have any questions or comments? Seeing none, I entertain a motion.
I would like to put forth a motion to receive and file this report.
I second.
You have a motion by Councilwoman Gomez, second by Councilwoman Sanchez. Can I get a roll call, please?
Yes, thank you. Members of the Council and Successor Agency Gomez. Councilmember Pulido,
Yes.
Councilmember Sanchez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Barcena,
Yes.
and Mayor Chavez.
Yes. All right, moving on to item number 12. City Manager, will you please announce discussion item number 12?
Thank you, Mayor Chavez. I'll ask the city attorney to please announce the proposed terms of the agreement at this time. Thank you, Mayor.
Yes, thank you. Regards to the salient terms of the employment agreement before you this evening, those terms include a 3-year agreement with an optional 2 one-year extension, a 5% merit increase effective March 17th of 2024, a 12-month severance pay, and the agreement would be effective immediately upon execution, and all of the terms as provided in the agenda to remain the same. As stated in the agenda, it is recommended that the City Council approve the employment agreement. Thank you.
Is there any questions or comments of the council? Seeing none, is there a motion on the floor?
I would like to motion to approve the aforementioned agreement.
I'll second.
We have a motion by Councilwoman Pulido, second by Councilwoman Gomez. Roll call, please.
Yes, thank you. Councilmember Gomez,
Yes.
Councilmember Pulido,
Yes.
Councilmember Sanchez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Barcena, Mayor Chavez.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you for that. We will now move on to council member comments, starting off with Councilwoman Gomez.
Well, I do want to address some of the comments that people brought forth today regarding the rent stabilization ordinance. I know that perhaps my comments at the last meeting, inquiring about, what CPI might be in April, I know that maybe worried people to the extent that they perhaps think that I don't support the rent stabilization ordinance, and that could not be farther from the truth. I am especially thankful to everyone who sent us emails. The data that was shared with me was very valuable to me. You know, as the newest of the council members, there's a lot that has happened prior to my joining the council. There is a lot that I need to learn, that I am still learning. And I'm not too proud to say that you have all educated me on this. I appreciate the public comments for that reason. You know, that there's a very delicate balance in trying to make sure that everything is fair and for everyone. And you know, sometimes those are hard decisions that need to be made. And but you can rest assured that I absolutely support the rent stabilization ordinance as it is. And again, to those who shared the data and the information with me via email, to those who called and who were here in person in support of the ordinance, rest assured that I'm with you. You have nothing to worry about in terms of my support for the ordinance. So I'm good with it as is. Thank you.
Moving on to Councilwoman Pulido.
Comments from me.
Moving on to Councilwoman Sanchez.
I want to thank everybody that comes out to speak. I too want to clear a miscommunication. I know there's information out there saying that I want to get rid of the rent ordinance. I've never said that, and I've never stated that. I have, however, said that I wanted to revisit the ordinance to see where it's at. The one change that I have vocalized and that I will vocalize now is that I do feel that the CPI being at 50%, currently right now at 1.9, is not a just number. And so that's why I said that I would want to look at it and revisit it. As far as me getting rid of it or trying to advocate for that, that is false information. So I'm here to make sure that that's made clear that I'm not against the rent ordinance. I also want to encourage all artists to please submit your ideas before March 9th. We're constantly looking for artists, whether you're a local artist or an artist from, you know, outside of Bell Gardens. I do encourage you all to please submit because we do want to see different art throughout our parks. I want to thank staff once again for all your hard work, especially during the storms, to Public Works and everybody else for putting in the extra hours with the sandbags and everything else. And that's it. Have a good night.
Moving on to Mayor Pro Tem Barceno.
Just want to thank again staff for the report that you guys provided at the previous meeting. I feel like that helped out a lot. I think from the public comment that we received this time around, it's evident that there's still false narrative in regards to the opportunities that we have created for property owners to benefit from our ordinance. I feel like there is so much to offer in terms of recuperating their investments, in terms of catching up with rent that's below the averages, and also an appeal process for rents that might be too low and people are not being able to get their return on investment. So I'm always watching out for property owners. I really also appreciated some of the public comment that came in regards to finding ways to subsidize the fees that go into the registry. I feel like there's a lot of potential there. I would love to see maybe the rent control ad hoc be opened again in order to actively look for those types of opportunities. And also, more than anything, I want to thank all the tenants that showed up with so much valuable information, testimony, factual data, knowledge about the ordinance. You guys make me feel so humbled about so much work that has gone into this ordinance and the investment, not only from my side as a former chair of the rent control ad hoc, but also as a council member. It makes me feel like what I'm working on actually matters, right? Because there's nothing better than having educated people here advocating for the right reasons. It means a lot to me. So thank you for being a fighter for justice. Thank you for being an advocate for things that make a difference in our communities that are severely underprivileged. You guys make me so proud, and I appreciate the valor, for lack of a better word. You guys know that I'm an immigrant, so sometimes I forget English. but the courage, el valor, to come out here and speak in an environment that could be very intimidating, right? In a local government building that, like, some of you guys, especially las señoras, las vecinas de Bell Gardens, that have grown up in a very poor environment, coming here and speaking to people in suits, getting paid hundreds of thousands of dollars is not easy. Speaking to the police chief and the directors with college degrees and university degrees is not easy. Yet we have people from Bell Gardens here taking a stance for their community. And that's what drives me. That's what makes me push the boundaries of what just people are conditioned to fall within, right? You got to do things that matter. And you guys encourage me to do that. So I'll continue to do that as long as I'm here. And I appreciate all of the support. And hopefully you guys can continue to teach us lessons on what to focus on and what is worth fighting for. So thank you again, and everyone have a good night.
I do have additional comments.
Yeah, absolutely, Councilwoman.
I would actually, switching topics, this is regarding the cannabis ordinance. I would like to direct staff to bring back an agenda item for council discussion regarding the number of active cannabis retail applications that we currently have, their locations, and what our options are for city council in terms of considering limiting the total number of retail locations, along with a potential option for the city to open and close the application process as needed. It's just for, if I can get a report back on that or some information back on that, just to help inform us a bit better, that would be very helpful. And finally, I again, want to remind our constituents, our residents, especially our residents who are struggling. We have our nearly 80% of renters. I said this from the day that I came in to seek approval to be appointed to the city council. I have been in social services for going on 33 years. Many of those years working with families who are precisely in the situations that we see families here in Bell Gardens, unable to pay the rent, on the verge of homelessness. It was my job for a long time to try and find shelter for people, for families with kids in those situations. So please believe me when I tell you that no one understands this better than I do after having worked 30 years with people who are in the same situation that you are. And absolutely, I am in full support of the rent stabilization ordinance. So thank you.
Thank you for that. Anybody else have any more comments? Seeing none. As for my comments, I'll keep it brief. Just again, want to thank everybody for sticking around. Thank you to staff, the director, chief, city manager, legal. Really appreciate all the work that's being done. Shout out to our public works team. I've been seeing them when they were putting up those sandbags for our community. I know that is, huge. If you talk about what's one of the things that our communities, our cities can do in terms of delivering services during the storms. First thing that I can think of is, hey, you know what? I know we're giving out sandbags at Public Works office. I know we're doing it, partnering up with the LA County Fire Department. So seeing that, shout out to the guys at the Fire Station 39 for helping us out as well. And obviously our PD for always being alert. And I have seen a lot of discussion around some of the incidents that happened, especially during the storms. And I just, again, want to thank you for the men and women who serve in our police department for all they do when it comes to make sure that we're staying safe, especially during those times, because I don't know what it is. People just forget how to drive in the rain. Not just that, but our infrastructure here in our city, when it comes to handling flooding and rain, is honestly, I feel very comfortable saying that we have some of the best infrastructure set up. I go to other cities and it's flooded. Cars are just sinking. It seems like there's a lake or a pond in the middle of the street. And I don't think that that's the case here in Bell Gardens. So I just, again, want to commend the work that our community has done in terms of tackling and preparing for these type of things. So, and again, thank you to the city manager for consistently keeping us updated in terms of how many, what levels of inches of rain we've gotten. So hopefully that does calm down. Today it rained or it sprinkled, and I didn't expect it in my forecast, but that's just, nowadays just changes. thank you to the folks that came out and commented. Really appreciate the community coming out and sharing their concerns and their points of view. I feel like I've said it in the past, and I'll continually say it again. I'm for rent stabilization and just cause evictions. I support the rental registry. I think the ordinance that we have is strong. And I think when we passed it, it was meant for a reason. I will consistently stand with our renters, and I do believe that housing is a human right. And I feel comfortable saying that. With that said, I'll go ahead and conclude my comments with that, and there's no objection by the city council. I will now conclude the meeting at 8:07 p.m. Thank you. Oh, we will, no. Do I open it back up? Can we? There's no objection by the members of the city council. I will adjourn the meeting at 8:07 p.m. We will now recess to close session at 8:07 p.m. The city council will reconvene to open session after. It's the first time we do this, so I'm learning this part. Actually, it is the first. We've never done it. Huh? It's
City Council. The City Council is now back in open session, having met in closed session to discuss item number 1. Staff provided a report, but no reportable action was taken as to item 1. That concludes my report. Thank you.
There was no objection by the city council. I will adjourn the closed session meeting at 10:47 PM.